total amount for the bills that are due is $72,234, and it's to be coming to the Troy Property County.
Council, there's a request. Can I get a motion to approve?
So,
Second.
Madam Secretary, you can't chair the meeting. Okay.
Motion be moved. Second by Hackett. Question by Stephen Haskell.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsywana,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Councilman Secretary, one question. Appreciate it. With that, I got a key on it.
Thank you. Just for the record, that I'm here on behalf of Tribal Realty, and they asked Jerry to be here to present this request to Tribal Council, and he's not able to, so they asked me to do it for him. And I hope it goes through as fast as the other one did. But we had a roundtable with council scheduled for Monday on the Dakota Sioux homeownership project, and Old Agency, Enemy Swim, and Long Hollow were present. And I believe we left enough packets like this in council table, and I delivered a packet to each one of the executive offices, so they'd have information of what's being presented today. This project started back in May 2014, and we worked on it for 4 years. IHS, LTUC, Tribal Roads, Tribal Realty, Department of Transportation, Housing. We all came to one table and we worked on this diligently. But unfortunately, it didn't have the support of council at that time. And so I thank the district of Big Coulee for bringing this back to the table, through their membership, their concerns for our people that are working down at Dakota Sioux. And the tenure of there is remarkable. But we haven't done anything for them. Back in May in 2014, as outreach for my program, I went down to Dakota Sioux and they said, we just want some place to build our homes. This is where we're gonna stay. And that's what started because they wanted a place to build a home. So with the efforts of many departments and due diligence, we came up and they had the water and sewer plans. They had the engineering plot out the 40 acres. And we thought it was really a good thing for our people. But like I said, unfortunately, we didn't have the support. And I'm not saying maybe this is the good time right now that this happened and that it was brought before us again. Because according, when I was talking with Enemy Swim on his travels to DC, he brought back good news about an increase in the infrastructure. Is that true?
Sort of. We'll be receiving here. So when we were meeting with our congressionals, they said that $2 billion would be going to tribes, and so we'll receive additional amounts. So depending on how they are, what criteria they're working, I'm hoping it's going to be the same criteria as the CARES Act. If that's the case, we're looking between $8 million to 8.5.
The problem there is the access road to those lots. It's a 40-acre tract, and there's 13 lots that have been mapped out and everything, and it's been recorded through the BIA. of these lots, but there's no access road to get to those lots, and that's where the problem was building this access road for them to get there to their homes. We're not talking about their driveways from the access road to their homes. That would be their responsibility. Right now, because of the history of this project, it's still viable and it's a good thing for our people. But we're leery right now because what we went through. You know, we spent 4 years on this. And, you know, then it was rejected. So what it was suggested to us to come to council to get council support before we go any further. Because it doesn't make sense to go ahead and start planning and developing something that we will not have council support on. And this is pretty much putting the cart before the horse. You know, we have, and I'm very, very proud of our people that worked on this, because we used our own resources to do this, our own people to do this. And I'm very proud of the teamwork that we had with this. We all worked together. And they're all experts in their area that brought it all to the table, such as you are. So I guess that's what I'm asking for right now, is that if the council will support this project, then we can move forward and start with the planning and development.
Okay, before we go on, I got questions or comments from Madam Secretary, going in order, Dallas and Susie.
Thank you. Personally, I think it looks like a good project, and it's a needed project. What my question is, you mentioned that you don't have an access road to the housing development?
To the lots, yes.
To the lots. Is there a section line or anything that, to the lots, you don't have an access road to the lots?
Yes, they have, like in these things, we had the whole plan out. It was all planned out where the water and sewer in there.
Uh-huh.
And let's see, the access road under the access road tab. Actually, it's the last page. And you'll see it comes off on the north side.
Yeah.
It comes off the main road and you go in, it's kind of like a horseshoe. That would be the access road.
Oh, okay. And then also, why would are they going to be mutual self-help homes or home ownership or
Home
rentals?
ownership, these would be home ownership. And I really have to commend Tribal Realty because they stuck to their guns on this. I mean, I even asked because nothing was being done for 4 years. And I asked them, could I have one of those lots? And they said, no. They are already assigned to these people. They have first choice to this. If this ever happens, and they have first choice to this. Which is, you know, commendable on behalf of Tribal Realty because they were watching out for these people.
Yes. And another final question is, why would it be up to the homeowner to build their own, would build their own road into their house there?
Yeah, from the access road to their house.
To their house?
That's their driveway, and that would be their responsibility like everybody else. So,
Okay, I thought tribal roads did that for...
I'm not really sure. I know some clients that I have worked with from the access road to their home, did hire tribal roads to build the road.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I know I'd like to see it get done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dallas, Susie, then Gypsy.
And so today, I believe if we're looking at the price, that's for the pavement and the gutters and the curb and everything like that, correct, Angie?
Yes. My understanding was that it was supposed to be like a three-phase on the road. For now they would do the gravel, and then they'd go ahead and start adding on top of that until they completed the project of the access road.
Thank you. You're going right into my next point that, we don't have to do all that all at once. We just start with the gravel. And as these homeowners start building their houses, then you just continually push that road farther out until it comes around for the rest of the 40 acres. So, we don't have to upfront a ton of money right off the get-go. So that makes it a lot easier. And so I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Dallas. Susie?
That was one of my main concerns with housing, and I did meet with Eric, and I've been working with Robert, and I had questions as to why Bicoli is the only district that doesn't get homes. And I asked him, I said, why aren't we providing homes for our people? And Eric informed me that there's no land to build the homes on. So I offered to donate some lands so these people can have homes in Bicoli. But I know that the Watertown district members, they do have to pay high rent. And a lot of them are families, and they live, there's more than one family living in one home. So I know it's a need, and I think it's up to our tribe to make these people's dream come true and give them those homes or help them so they can be homeowners also, because they are part of the tribe even though they live in Watertown.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. Gypsy, then Dion.
Thank you. So I'm just clarifying for myself. 40 acres set aside that for personal or individual home sites, right?
Yes.
And then the access road, are there any, is that a county road or, are all those things taken care of and now we just need the permission to go forward with building the access road?
One of the things came up was like the maintenance. And there's different options. To me, I was thinking about this, there's different options we can look into. Like, if there's a possibility, we can make that a BIA road. With, and then work out an agreement with Cottington County on maintaining it. Or maybe a homeowner association, maybe add extra to the lease. And then, pay Cottington County. There's different options, but we don't want to go that way and, go find out all of this and then get rejected again.
Right. Okay. And then we have the tribal program or tribal roads can do this, or?
They're very, very active in this project. And as a matter of fact, Richard did contact housing yesterday and wanted to know if he wanted to do an updated cost assessment. I said, no, just wait. If they reject it again, then it's done again.
Okay. Thank you. No, that was all I had.
Thank you, Gypsy. Dion, then Madam Secretary. Just remind the members of council we have agenda set, so I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but we have planning and education behind you. Go ahead, Dion, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's not that I don't agree with this. I think it's great, and I think so much of the work has been done already. And this is maybe a little bit outside of the scope of what we're discussing, but where is Lake Traverse in that 10-year plan? Because I think we're investing a lot of money into one district. And, like Susie was saying, we have 11 units in Lake Traverse and nothing has been developed there. And I think that if it was my understanding that Lake Traverse is next in that 10-year plan, and I think if, there are housing issues, and that as much as I want to support this, I also need to bring those issues to the forefront, that Lake Traverse that we remain a priority, because we do have so few housing opportunities in our district. Thank you.
Madam Secretary.
Just one more question. What was the fair process used for these people to be selected to be in those sites? Because after this many years, should it be opened back up? That's what I'm trying to figure out, is like they're all taken, but it's like, how did they get selected to be homeowners for this site?
I believe it was first come, first served. They contacted Tribal Realty that they were interested in one of those lots. So they went in, they filed application with them.
I don't know.
Another thing, just to point out to council, is that in speaking with Jerry Eastman at the roundtable, he said, if this goes through, the tribe really needs to consider doing this reservation-wide because we don't have land for home ownership. We need to start developing these types of sites for home ownership.
Allow them to get 2.5 acre on tribal land anywhere they want. That's open. Anyway.
All right, members of the council, do you want to make a decision now, or you want some time to make that decision? Dallas?
I do believe that right now we just need a motion to continue working on the project, correct, Angie?
Yes.
So I'll make that motion that efforts continue on this project.
Second.
Question.
So moved by Emily Swim, second by Will Agency. Question, who's that? Oh, is that Susie? Sorry about that, Susie. Susie. Will Agency. Yes, sir.
Dallas Owen? Yes. A. Lydia Amos? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, council and execs, and thank you for bringing in Tribal Realty's report on behalf of Jerry. Motion to approve the Realty Office report.
So moved.
So moved by Kakiza Haska, second by Dion, question by Dallas.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, leadership. Now I'm going to be calling on Will Fish on planning office report. After that, we're going to education with Dr. Johnson. She has some action items for council. Right after that, we got Head Start, early Head Start. Mr. Compaska, if you could back me up on this. TZ is going to be letting out at 12:20, right? 12:30? Okay, with accordance with Chospazina and the tribe closing at the same time as Chospazina. SWO will be closing at that time, but we'll try to finish our agenda for council though.
first thing I was hoping to mention and discuss is the final report for Mr. Tallbear to be in his contract. It states that it needs to have council approval to deliver the final payment. Or it's not the final? Okay. But for the next stage payment?
Two attached, attached 2 and attached 3.
Okay. So we need, Barb's going to get that now. So, but what I'm going to bring up then first is the planning department did an RFP to complete a comprehensive economic development strategy for a 5-year plan.
Can you get closer to the mic too, Will? We can barely hear you. I can barely hear you because I got.
Maybe I should lower this. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Sorry about that, guys. We sent out an RFP for a 5-year said strategy plan, and that's what Louis is looking at right now. I have 2 reports to EDA, and this here sets report is used to go after EDA funds. For instance, we got EDA tourism grant, and that's how we get this grants, or get these go after any type of EDA funds if you want to. So we advertised in 2 different states, 3 different publications, and only received 1 bid. And that bid came from Beverly Santa Cola and Company, actually. And they submitted that. They're the only ones who did submit. The RFP was open I believe last Friday with the chairman and myself. And it's a really good work what they did for the Southern Ute Tribe.
Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to add, though, that aside from Santa Cola being able to want to submit a proposal, that they have worked with the tribe for years. They've been very easy to work with. Their work product is quality. I think if a majority, if not all of the proposals that they have submitted have been funded. So this is a successful firm. And so with that, I would like to make a motion to accept this.
Correct.
As presented.
Thanks, Dan. Going over to Haipa, floor is yours.
Do you have a draft contract already
Yes, I do.
drawn up?
Yes.
Is that available for review? Did legal already get it?
Legal has not done it. I wanted to bring this to council first to accept it per legal review.
Well, I'd like to look through it some more.
It's for the dollar amount.
Yeah, let me see what else. Oh, that was my only question for now. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Gypsy. Anything else coming from leadership? Go ahead, Dan.
The other thing to note is that RPC did recommend this. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Floor is yours, Dallas.
So I just want to double check the 2 booklets being passed around. That's separate from what we're going to be voting on, right?
No, those will be documents that we're going to create for the SWO. I will work with Beverly, or myself and RPC. We'll work with Santa Cola and Company to create this document for us.
Okay. Well, this is from the Ute then. Okay, I see what we're talking about now. All right, thank you.
Anything else from leadership? Dan?
I made the motion to accept pending legal.
Okay, motion on the floor. Did you get that, Vernon?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Motion moved to accept pending legal review. Motion made by Dion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Kakiza Haska. Question by Yagata.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
I'm going to vote no at this time just for further review and then to speak with our RPC rep. Thank you.
Lloyd Kirk Jr.,
Abstain.
Dallas Owen,
Yes?
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, members of council and execs. Anything else, Will?
Matt wanted me to bring to attention the written task orders for Mr. Ross Carrara, the owner of Native Vision Quest. It's my understanding that he already has a contract with the tribe. And Matt had given me the directive to bring the written task orders and answer any questions that council may have. That's the other sheet that I passed out.
Go ahead, Olaine, the floor is yours.
I need to change my vote from abstain to yes vote on the last.
Duly noted for the last council motion with the agency.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dion, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with these, and we reviewed these last night at RPC, so I kind of know what's in them. The only thing that I would ask permission, I guess, or I would ask us to add on to this is for Native Vision Quest to assist us with the projects that we have currently with our language immersion. And then there's another project that is going to be proposed that he also assists with that in addition to these ones. And I don't think it won't increase the hours drastically. It's just to make sure that we're following the guidance in those things. So if that's okay.
I'm fine with that. If it's up to the leadership up here.
Okay.
Language immersion, what was that?
The language immersion, the ones that we currently already funded, and then the proposal that's coming. And you know about that one because we discussed. And so if that's okay, then I'd like to make a motion to approve these task orders with that inclusion as presented. Thank you.
Motion made by Dion. I'm going to make sure Vernon has everything before I call for a second.
To include the language immersion project that we funded and the language nest project that's being proposed.
Language immersion and language next that's being proposed on that.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Is there a second? Second by Emily Swim. Is there a question? Question by Gupta.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Will, for presenting on behalf of the owner of Native Vision Quest. Thank you, Ross.
Thank you.
You got a member back there.
Just one question on that, on the funding source, is this going to be our ARPA funds or section 17?
These with this, with the technical support or technical assistance, that comes out of ARPA. It's a line item that's delegated for administration, right, Will? Yeah, so it's allocated out of ARPA.
Did you want to add anything on it? Did you your hand raised?
No, not that I have a question.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Jesse, go ahead.
So, I just had a different question on this, on the plan here, your economic development strategy plan, the thing. Are there extra copies of this? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, floor is back to you, Will.
I did bring Mr. German in today, who's our construction specialist. Does anyone have any questions for him regarding the IT project?
Was that Dion, you wanted to go in exec session for that? Or would you say? Sorry, because she was just spotting. I know, sorry about that. A motion to go in exec by Dion. And this is regarding the construction part of the planning department. Second by all agency. Question by Madam Secretary.
Yes.
Yes.
No,
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed. Recorder's off. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council execs. Going back to Will Fish.
Our community planner, Barb Joseph, had brought in an invoice from Mr. Tallbear for work done. And in his contract, it states that he needs council approval for payment. So I do need a motion to accept that.
Okay, members of the leadership, you have your the handout in front of you. Going over to Kakiza Haska.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And everything, you guys got everything, the product, work product and everything is good to go for this? Okay, thank you. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Lacy. Second by Dion Lake Travers.
Question.
Question by Kakiza Haska. You don't need these back, Mr. Fish, or is this public information out?
Richard Tallbear's report.
Public info.
An authorized payment.
Is that the same one?
Is it? What's the funding source for that one, for the Richards?
Section 7.
Yes, sir.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, members of the council and executives. As you know, it's public information, so you can include it in your packets when you do your district meetings. Thank you. Madam Secretary.
I just had a question for you, Richard. Is the commission formed then?
I believe it is at this point, yeah.
So you have 3 commission members and 2 council members on that commission? Okay. All right.
And what's not in there, included in that printout, is the actual rules and regulations of the commission. So that's that big packet that was probably too big to include in there, but it's out there on the table and everybody else has a copy, so.
Richard, can you double check with Megan to make sure, because her report's coming up too today.
Okay,
And she's make sure it's in there.
all right.
Thank you.
Yep.
And Gypsy, she has her hand raised over there. Floor is yours.
The regulations, I know our last council session, we had the medical cannabis regulations go to the ordinance work group to facilitate that. And so, we had one roundtable and there were a lot of questions and a lot of, concerns, so we rescheduled, another roundtable, but that didn't happen. We didn't get a chance to talk with, Phil, because Megan said that's who we work with, Phil Brodeen, that's his last name, right? And so, if, that's where we were at with the regulations on that. I mean, when we were doing that public forum thing, so that was it. Just my update.
Thanks, Gypsy. Richard.
Oh, I was just gonna say one of the ordinance and it's actually the commission that takes the public input, takes the comments, and then anything to change the rules, what people want to change after the fact is presented to the commission, and the commission is the one that actually would adjust it. What I turned in is kind of where it is now, not the final. Everything after that will be council and commission to change those rules.
Thank you, Richard. Anything else, Will?
Mr. Chairman.
Motion to approve the planning office report. Oh, sorry about that.
I'm sorry?
The resolution to establish the COVID-19 small business economic relief, is that still under you? Oh, okay.
Yep.
Motion to approve planning report. So moved by Ms. Swim, second by Dion. Is there a question?
Question.
Question about latency.
A. Lydia Amos. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, leadership. Now I'm going to turn over the floor to Dr. Johnson for the education report. And just a heads up, council, she provided a copy for you guys for her packet, for her action items.
Thank you, Council. I actually provided the first packet yesterday, and then I did updated packet with the yellow on it for today because it seems like the last minute things just come in. I want to change the rearrange the agenda a little bit and bring Dakota Quinn up here, and her supervisor is Jen Bissonette, and she is the director of the Early Head Start. And so I'd like to call them to the table and acknowledge a significant accomplishment. So this is Dakota here, and this is Jen Bissonette, And in your packet behind the yellow is a copy of her CDA. And so I would like to officially announce and acknowledge all her hard work on this, because they spend many hours of working and sitting in classrooms, working on a workbook. She has homework, she had interviews and classroom observations and much more for this accomplishment. And so I want to officially recognize her and say I am so proud of her, and I'm very thankful, and also know that she's got to leave because she's got to drive out to her training in Rapid City now. But I want to acknowledge and thank her for all her hard work and her efforts on behalf of our people.
Congratulations, Dakota.
Congratulations.
Safe travels, but before you go, Dion wants to say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to say thank you for doing this, being willing to do this, because it is in addition to your full-time duties. So being willing to take this training, to learn and have this credential to bolster the work that you do with our little ones, which is already a lot. I just want to commend you and really say thank you for your commitment to our little ones. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon.
Actually, I'll even mention that simultaneously. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, I'll mention that simultaneously, she's also taking her associate's classes in early childhood, and she's due to graduate next month.
So when we see the paperwork, we're going to come back again. So I just want to thank you, and drive safe today on your way out to Rapid City. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. We've been meeting with the board and has been meeting with different entities regarding the construction project that Tios Mazina has needs for. And they have analyzed the directions. There's some classroom needs too, but they don't have a critical report that they need before they can request anything there. And so the board had several real tough decisions, and what they decided was to go with a practice facility. And so we would at this point in time like to recognize that they are making this request And so this will be the first, and the resolutions and things, as we get this all flushed out, will come back for you. But we understand that the college did get its earmark and what was a part of the resolution, and Enemy Swim, I think, made it into the resolution, and Head Start, as far as I know. I tried to get a copy of the resolution to check what I'm saying here, but I'm not sure. But at this point in time, we'd like to officially start this process with Teospazina. And Superintendent Kompeska has brought the initial request for the plan. We also did meet with Mr. Gunn and Sonny and team to really make sure that we are going by the regulations and the rules of this project, and know that he is going through the project with the Bureau and following their protocols for the correct approvals. So that is also starting simultaneously. And with that, I'd just like to turn it over to Superintendent Kompeska.
Thank you, Sherry. On behalf of the students and the staff and our families and the school board, our education leadership team and the school board believe that this is a very important project for our school and our community. We understand the market for materials is very high right now, and construction costs are very high. So our purpose today is to have you, as a council who represents our tribe, to allocate a dollar amount to Teospazina so we can start planning. We also have another expansion project in the back of our minds, and that's expanding our classrooms. There's already been some initial work on that, and I didn't put that in my proposal, but that's something that we could talk about down the road. Again, we're not in a hurry. We want to do this right. We want to follow the BIA regulations. We want to deal with our Steve Gunn with his regulations and ARP allowable expenditures. But I'm here today on behalf of all of the people that provide education to our students, that this would be a good project for our school. And I did create some information for you to look at, and some of the hardships that our children go through when it comes to extracurriculars. And it's just not basketball, it's just not football. There's a whole host of things that this facility can accommodate for our students. And we also entertained at our Monday meeting that there could probably be some additional classrooms in this facility. So there's a lot of options out there. So if there's any questions.
Dion, then Dallas, and Gypsy going in order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question is, it seems like it would be, what I've been told by different members of the board is that there is a waiting list, and I think that, there's families that I know that have experienced being a part of that waiting list for enrollment. So I'm just wondering why we would do a facility for, and I read very quickly part of your proposal, but why wouldn't we do the classroom expansion before we would do a practice facility? Because if there's a waiting list for students that are wanting to attend Teospazina, it seems like that would be the priority.
Good question. We had that same question at our board meeting, and we did some research. I'm going to kind of switch gears, but we did some research with staff and schools in the area. There's a lot of schools right now that are looking for 10 plus teachers. It's this time of the, if you want to say, decade, that we're seeing a lot of people retiring from public education, from other entities, charter schools. And so we're looking for approximately 11 certified teachers to fulfill our school this coming year. And if we can't find teachers, and this is just one of the things we talked about, we can't find teachers to fill our school, why are we doing expansion? Right now, as of today, we have 9 freshmen on the waiting list, and we have 7 kindergarten through 5th grade on the waiting list. So we have 16 kids on the waiting list. And the freshmen, the reason it's freshmen, because we max out at 40 kids per class. Freshman right now has, and if you look at your paper there, freshman has 46 students in their class. And that's already up and above and beyond the 40 students that we recommend. So that's a good question, and I understand that. But that's something that this project right here, this multi-purpose educational facility, is just the tip of the iceberg. And once we know that we have some money earmarked for expansion, we want to be flexible enough to at least inform you what we're going to use that for. It could change, but we were told that Enemy Swim and the college and Head Start got some money, so that's why I'm here. I mean, I'm just, considering funding, if you would consider that.
Thank you, Mr. Compasca. Floor is still yours, Dion, before I go on.
Thank you. And I think that with the ARPA funds, it's not flexible. I mean, it has to be something, it has to fit the guidance, it has to fit all of those criteria. So, it's really not flexible. So I guess I would probably be more comfortable, I think, just for myself, I would be more comfortable waiting until you have a more solid plan as to what you're requesting. Then when you have a more solid plan, maybe come back and we can probably commit to an amount like we did with the other schools, but not approve, something specific. I mean, and I can say that for myself. I think that if we could commit to an amount, but not commit to, especially if you're not sure and the board's not sure of what you really want to do.
Well, the board is sure that they want this facility. Dwight was at our last meeting, and when I say flexibility, I'm talking about the classroom piece also. That's part of ARP. That's part of the educational disparities. That expansion is part of that also.
And what I would say, is that I understand where you're coming from, but the data that I've seen with reading and math and some of those numbers, you have a lot of students that are way below grade level. And I think it would be a better investment to invest in the actual education and pulling those kids up to almost at grade level, or even if we can get them to exceed grade level. To me, that I don't know why the board would want a practice facility when we have kids that are not at grade level for reading and math.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of, I'm not trying to criticize, but
No.
I think that
No.
has been my concern with an expansion project is,
Yeah.
let's take the kids that we already have and make sure that they're at grade level before we.
Yeah, well, there's research out there that, and I did share that with most of you, that a lot of our students on reservations they come into school 2 years behind, and that's research, it's based. And so we're spending time catching up with them, but that's a whole other topic. I really believe that we're going to be challenged with fulfilling our contractual needs of certified teachers, because if you do some research and look at the surrounding schools, there's a lot of teachers retiring, and there's nobody to fill those voids, those gaps. And that's not my justification for the classroom expansion. I'm just saying that that's where we are right now, and that's a reality.
Go ahead, Dallas, in order, Gypsy, then after Gypsy, Curtis.
Well, Mr. Kopinski, I think you hit the nail on the head there when you're saying that you're finding it hard to keep these teachers and that they're retiring and you have to fulfill these needs. But at the same time, you can use any funds that we allocate towards you to address these educational disparities. And to my understanding, Ross, correct me if I'm wrong, that includes teacher retention and recruitment. And I don't see that in your plan. And so if that is your concern as to why you can't classroom expand, then why isn't that in the plan? And in communications with the school board, I work really well with my rep, and the education of our youth is very important. And you saying that you said could add classrooms to this,
Yeah,
but there's no cost estimate. These are estimates, but there's no cost estimate. So when you say you could, to me, that seems like a placate to convince us to go ahead and move forward with this plan, but at the same time, you're not committing to it. And that just kind of concerns me a little bit there. But I'm glad with what you were saying is that you're unable to keep the retention rate of our teachers on recruitment, but I mean, you just said it yourself, we're able to deal with that with these ARPA funds that will be allocated to the TZ, which I'm more than happy to do, because I've said that many times that, I want to invest in our education. And so with you saying that you can't hire or keep the retention of teachers, well, we got a plan now. You just said it yourself. And with Ross, we can do that. So I would just like to say, how come that isn't a plan? Was that shared with the school board?
We don't have a problem with retaining teachers. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there are positions that have not been filled over the last year in our school that we're struggling and challenged with to fill. And that's not just us. Is all I'm saying is that that's a challenge. I didn't say we're having problems with retention. We retain our teachers with our benefits, and we have good benefits. We're just searching for more teachers, is what I'm saying.
So just real quick then, Ross, can recruitment be a viable expense? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gypsy, if you don't mind, I think Dr. Johnson wants to chime in on this comment, if you don't mind.
Okay, I did want to acknowledge what Dallas is saying about that, because in Teosbazina's Cursa, they have those fundings, and teacher recruitment, retention bonuses, and hiring bonuses are all in there. So when you see them advertising, they advertise for signing bonuses, especially in those critical areas of special education and science and math. So those are the biggest downfalls of there. But they, in their own funding that they receive through the Bureau of Indian Education, that is part of their plan. So that is in there, and they're addressing that portion as best as they can. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Go ahead, Gypsy, floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm wondering if, the amount of students we had enrolled over there when the school first opened. Is it the same, or has it grown a lot?
What year are you talking about?
Well, when that building was made, what was the student enrollment at the time?
The building was designed to accommodate 400 students, K to 12. Because that was the projections, yeah. K through 12.
K through 12, okay. And now we're at 544, right? And currently, the gymnasium, you're looking at expanding an area for a gymnasium, because there's not enough room for the sports practices, for all the grades, and for physical education, especially for the younger ones in K through 5.
Yes, we struggle with scheduling.
Right. I imagine that's due to such a large number of students. Well, that's all I have. That was the only question I had, but let me see, I was going to say something. It's really, I think it's important myself that they do need this expansion. I've seen it. I've seen the kids being crowded in there during gym class with that thing down the middle. And I'm not sure how all these fundings would work, but as Dr. Johnson said, there is money already for signing bonuses. There's the benefits packages that are a huge recruitment. It's just getting new teachers here. But your retention stuff is really good. But I would support this. I just don't know how whatever you got figured out for the funding and stuff. So we're using this with the ARPA funds, right? That's what we're hoping.
Right.
Well, I think I would just like to make a motion to approve this request to build that expansion.
Motion made by Haipa.
Okay. I guess I will amend my motion to allocate $3 million for this project, because we provided millions to the college and to Enemy Swim.
Second.
Motion made by Haipa, second by Latency. Is there a question? If there is no question, I'm going to call for vote.
To allocate $3 million to Teos Cuisina for expansion with ARPA as a funding source.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, sorry, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonette,
I'm gonna have to say no because we don't have a whole lot of anything to go by but except what's on here. So I'm gonna have to say no at this time until we get additional information, until we look at the cost estimate of what that's gonna be, so.
Traffic
Thank you.
Secretary.
No.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, leadership. Anything else, Mr. Kompasska?
Just a brief comment on what Curtis said. We didn't put the cart before the horse here. We will provide all that information once we get an RFP sent out in the process of construction management. This is just a brief summary of you considering monies for our students, not for me or the staff, but for our students. But yes, I understand his concern, but that's not what this is about at this time. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Mr. Kompasska. Go ahead, Curtis. The floor is yours.
And I thank you for that, I do, but and at the same time, we've looked at the college's cost estimate, their plan, what it's gonna look like. We got everything. We got everything from start to finish on that one. We got everything from start to finish on Enemy Swims, and we only got a letter here. So that's all I'm saying, is that when you bring us additional information, I will be in favor of that right now, because I've worked at the school for 15 years. So when you say that I'm not doing it for the kids, it's kind of slapping my face because I put 15 years into education. And so when you bring me some additional information, I will be supportive of that. But right now I can't because all you got is a letter here. That's it. So, and it's not fair to Enemy Swim, and it's not fair to the college that they had to bring all of this. They had a booklet of this stuff. So that's all I'm saying. So when you bring that, I will be in support of it. Thank you.
Dion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don't you ever say that I am not committed to our youth and to our kids. Don't you ever insinuate that I don't care about our children. I can't support this because of the lack of planning and the lack of foresight into what's really needed. It's not that I don't, it's not that I want to, I would like to see a plan that's going to help with the educational pieces for our kids. You know, that's what I would like to see. I would like to see classroom expansion. I would like to see them get a new high school. I would like to see them focus more on academics than $3 million for a practice facility for extracurriculars. And to say that the comment that was made, I just don't appreciate it. And obviously, my words mean nothing because he got up and walked out. Thank you.
Dr. Johnson, floor is yours. Oh, sorry about that, Bill. I forgot I had your name down. Mr. Laurent, can you come up to the mic, please? We have a listening audience there, Bill. Can you turn on the mic? Or Curtis, can you help him? Thank you. Appreciate it, Bill. We just got a listening audience. That's what we're going to use on mic.
Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Thompson. I just like to make some comments. I'm a former educator. I'm a former teacher. When you have crowded classrooms, that's not fair to the students. It's not fair to the teachers. All those kids have individual personalities. At one time, I was teaching over here. I was in charge of 4th, 5th, and 6th graders. They're all at different levels. And to stay positive every day with those kids, it takes a lot. And so you have teachers that are retiring or some that are leaving and don't want to come back. That's a big issue. You need to have strategic planning with your superintendents and principals, those kinds of things. The historical black colleges compared to our tribal colleges and schools, they get better funding than we do. Minneapolis, just this past month, they've been on the teachers' strike because of large enrollments in their classrooms. You need to think about we're rural. We got teachers coming 50 miles away. But what Minneapolis Minneapolis school districts, they went and staked Congress to get additional funds to pay increased bonuses for the teachers to recruit them. Here you have no housing for them. The ones that do stay 1 or 2 years, they're very dedicated. Like the superintendent of Miscellaneous, I can see where he's coming from. So you, as leaders, you need to keep going to Congress because BIE can't do it. They can put it in their budgets, but to get the funding, you need Congress to approve something like that. And for us, there's a big difference living in rural areas versus urban areas. And so you want to make sure we got our school, our teachers, you have to put that in your strong leadership as our council. So I would like to see you advocate more and increasing funds to BIE to bring funds down to tribal schools to recruit, retain, and support whatever teachers we can do. And we do have tribal members who have teaching degrees, so we need to reach out to see if they come back and work in our schools and that kind of thing, like that young lady here. So we need to keep in contact with those individuals too. So thank you for letting me just make some comments.
Thank you, Bill. As a respected veteran and years of service for SWO, we appreciate your words. And as we said yesterday, we will continue to bang on those doors in Washington. We just came back. We got a representative from MSUM that the issue of education, as he worked with Dr. Johnson among other educators, and he has been doing that, and will continue. Dr. Johnson, floor is yours.
Thank you, Council. And sorry about texting and everything. I'm trying to cancel Head Start. So anyway, you have a FYI project there, which is your teacher certification data. It shows the compliance with the education codes in there, and both Enemy Swim and Teoshpazina, and that's really just for your information. I'm still, Lisa Fortier is the head lead on that, and she does a good job of tracking and trying to get certified. She's been meeting with Teoshpazina quite often. On the internet project data, this is another update for you. We did put the deadline as April 15th, and you do have it looks like a graph, and it is in your packet, and it shows how much is spent and where we are on that project and how many families and things we served. And so you should be getting a final report from that. Also on our broadband project, they said they would let us know within the first week of April. So pins and needles, whether we have our broadband project, our broadband grant was approved or not. So just still crossing our fingers to see what's going to happen now. But we did put a deadline on to close out that program. And so the funding we're filling out, as soon as we put the email out yesterday, we had a lot of people, and it was just an influx of things. So the people that waited to the last minute are now in the loop here. So that's a little FYI for you. I was asked by Secretary to go ahead and put the parent concern on it, on there?
Yep, Madam Secretary.
I just had a quick question. As far as the internet services, how are you reaching the hard-to-reach parents that probably need it?
We're just going through both schools and sending letters home from them. We have both schools, well, Teoshpazina provided most of the internet for their people, but we're picking up the people that didn't get with them. And so we're still going for the schools, we're still putting it out on Facebook, we're still putting, we put this in the Shota and the Courier. So that news article will go out there.
How about on the radio?
I haven't done anything with the radio lately, Mr. Wilson. I need to go on there and make some time with to do a Facebook Live with him, just on our education department, because of the progress of within the education department all last year. So I want to do a debrief on all my programs with Mr. Wilson. So
Okay.
yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
we'll get that out there. Thank you. And so at this point,
Go ahead, Dallas.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Johnson, but I had an emergency call I take real quick, and I noticed I missed on a vote. So, Floyd, would you be willing to amend your motion to say pending BIE application?
Yes.
Thank you.
Gypsies, yeah. Sorry.
So I would like to amend that motion then to say pending BIE application approval.
Motion made by Amy Swim.
Second.
Second by latency.
Question.
Question by Kakizahaska.
Yes.
Leah Amos. Yes. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana. Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council. Go ahead, Dr. Johnson.
okay, the next on the agenda is the parent concern, and the parents are here. It was a request to be allowed on the agenda by the secretary.
With that, because it's parent concern, I'm going to ask you if we go to exec session.
Thank you.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by latency, second by Kakizahaska. Question by Dallas.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you.
After you, myself, and Curtis discussed it, I thought we had scheduled, and then there was a text message in our group that we weren't going to meet, because I think you're the one that came to the table with that issue when we were talking about it. So I think there was resistance from some of the school board members. I don't have any fact to that, but that's what I was told, so.
Anything else, Dallas, before I call for a vote? Yeah.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
I abstain.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
I'll have to say no because I still feel like there's a diplomatic solution to this other than to the courts. And
A. Lydia Amos,
I'm gonna abstain.
Louis Johnson, Tribal Secretary, Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, members of council and executives. Anything else, Dr. Johnson? We have to move on because I got other programs.
Okay, moving on with my report. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you. Also, so that's item number 4 there for Tiosh Pazina. Enemy Swim Day School, I did provide an article that was in the newspaper and everything. They're working hard on their construction package. And one of the places that was really supportive of the Enemy Swim Day School when we built it was Shakopee. And I wanted to know if it would be an option to send a delegation to talk to them about maybe some matching funds. Because when we built Enemy Swim Day School, they provided some matching funds there. And so I would love to have a delegation go to, again, to approach Shakopee as a matching. So if they match the $2 million that they have, and the ARPA, if they would throw in another $2 million, because that's the turning point about them getting that extra $2 million is the turning point about them getting the space that they require or them downsizing. And so I'd like to make that request to the chairman, secretary, please.
Madam Secretary, because education is in the administration, if you don't mind, I'd like to bring in with the education at Dr. Johnson, if you have any people that you want to bring along with council with us. And we'll set up an appointment to go visit.
Thank you, Council. That's awesome. The TZ charter, after the review with Council.
Sorry about that, Dr. Johnson, agency.
So in talking with the superintendent, Gabe, we're going to put this on hold until the next board meeting because there's some language that has changed a little bit, so we want to address it at the school. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's going to be redirected and it'll come back before again. And then I have an order for accepting the lowest bid on there for some garden instruments or equipment type things, if you could approve that.
Floor is open for discussions. If no discussions for her action item number 7 for garden order, is a motion to approve.
Motion.
So moved by Dion. Second by Susie.
You recommending Tri-State?
Yes, I am, as the lowest bid.
Question by agency.
There was some items that said "or" on it, so we had to choose and strike out. So whatever is written on the bottom is the correct.
8445.
Thank you.
Yes.
The MAGA 250 -00 is our account number. It's a grant funded.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Council. The next item is the new application on the Head Start. Really, I have them here. It's early Head, or returning one, and then a Head Start application. If you want to review them, you can have them. I didn't pass them out just for the sake of killing a tree, because I'll use these for parents if you don't want it. Policy Council did approve that all it is updated for dates. There's nothing in there that has been changed otherwise. It's just updating the dates for the new. So this is actually the enrollment packet for next year for Head Start.
So moved.
So moved by Latency, second by Emmy Swim. Is it question by Madam Secretary?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, leadership.
And thank you, Council. Below is all the reports, the required approvals, and due to time's sake, Chairman, I would just recommend that you approve all the items there. There's nothing that isn't out of the ordinary. The purchases and the financial reports are within range. We've done some budget mods, so if you would just, for time's sake, approve all of the items that are required of the governing board of the Head Start.
Okay, members of council leadership, she's been doing the same request for 16 months now, so you have your packet, and is there a motion to approve?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Oladense.
Second.
Second by Kakiza Haska. Question by Tokunowa.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, leadership. Thank you, Dr. Johnson,
And-
for keeping our time in your mind, so.
Yes, and I just want you to know that the governor did sign an executive order to approve the CRT, which is the critical race theory, anti-critical race theory for K-12 schools, so not happy again. Dokshta, thank you.
Motion to approve the Education Office Head Start and Early Head Start report. So moved by Kakiza Haska.
Second.
Second by Haiba. Question by Madam Secretary.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council. Have a good day.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Is their program ready? Okay. With that, just keep in mind with the coordinates of Joseph Zena letting know at 12:30, SWO will be closing 12:30. So we have a manager for bringing in enrollment office report. So if you want to do that report, if you council, if you don't mind, we want to get the enrollment in for our records. Is Mr. Gunn and his legal office ready?
Just FYI, the Chesbazina will be letting out at 12:30, and the tribe will be closing also at 12:30 today. So everybody watching out there, keep that in mind.
Good morning. I've got 36 applications that were submitted for enrollment that what we went through and everything. Under Exhibit A, we have 4 applicants. And under Article 2, Section 1E, and these are Casimir James Frost, Clay Lewis Monk, Jasper Pedro Ortiz Grant, Nyani J. Rodman. Okay, under Exhibit B, we have 20 applicants under Article 2, Section 1G. And these are Aubriana Inez Angel Saul, Nicholas Marshall Catchings, Jackie Azaria Eastman, Joel's Rocket Eastman, Chance Fights the Bear Forbush, Heaven Summerstorm Forbush, Justice Lee Forbush, Archer Roy Fryer, Bella May Lee Hunsucker, Ishmael Henry Keeble, Jules Gray Little Thunder, and that's the way they spell that name. Tallis Ryder Murphy, Hezekiah Deshawn Prissinger, Latanya May Red Buffalo, Jupiter Irene Rose Renville, Oakley Robert Seaboy, Tyler Alexander Joseph Simon, Kiera Joni St. John, Deanna Tracy White, Nayla Lyon Ray Williams. And for Exhibit C, I have 12 applicants under Article 2, Section 1H. These are Elijah Joseph Anderson, Lorea May Brown, Nicole Marie Brown, Toria Laurencia Raylyn Fisher, Marissa May Getzlaff, Darcel Lola Mandan, Talia Grace Rios, Pajuta Ikoye Sartwell, Eddie Lynn Jean Seaboy, Ethan Wayne Seaboy Jr., Florence Don Seaboy, Brian Lewis Yazzie Jr. And under Exhibit B, we have 1 applicant requesting relinquishment, and this is Natasha Eva Hisla, and she's going to get enrolled with her mother's Crow Creek Sioux Tribe.
Thank you, Zama. Before you go on, is there a motion to accept Exhibit A with 4 applicants for our records?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Haipa.
Second.
Second by Kakiza Haska. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council. Is there a motion to accept Exhibit B with 20 applicants?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Beblin. Second by Latency. Question by Long Hollow.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion
Thank you,
passed.
leadership. Is there a motion to accept Exhibit C with 12 applicants for new membership? So moved by Madam Secretary. Second by Long Hollow.
Question.
Question by Haipa.
Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette, Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Is there a motion to accept Exhibit D, one relinquishment?
So moved.
So moved by
Second.
Legacy, second by Bevelin. Question by Longhollow.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonette, Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Travel Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, leadership. Going back to Zelma, floor is yours.
Okay, current enrollment in March was 14,601. April enrollees is 36. April relinquished is 1. March deceased report is 22. April total enrolled is 14,614. On reservations, 6,227. Off reservations, 8,387. Totals 14,614. And then the deceased report, we have 22, and all the names I, gave you. And then for the voting districts, Biculi has 1,099, Buffalo Lake has 592, Enemy Swim 1,790, Thipa Veblen 1,514, Lake Traverse 1,241, Long Hollow 1,108, Old Agency 1,436. Total registered voters are 8,780. 10% is 878, 20% is 1,756, 30% is 2,634. That's my report.
Any questions coming from Council for Zelma?
Motion to approve enrollment.
So moved by Latency,
Second.
second by Long Hollow. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council Zelma.
Pidamaya, I'm better to stay you, huh, even though it's gonna snow.
Yeah. Another packet for you guys to take to your guys' district. So when you have your district meetings, you can provide that. Right now, is Mr. Gunn available for online?
Can you hear us?
Steve, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right, Mr. Gunn, floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I've got two matters, and I did send over documents by email, and maybe they've been printed for you also. One is the COVID-19 Small Business Economic Relief Grant Program, and the other is the American Rescue Plan Act Aid to Tribal Government Expenditure Resolution. And so both of those are resolutions for the tribal council. And I think what I'll do is put them up on the screen. I did want to let you know, though, while I'm retrieving those documents, that the tribe did the various business entities of the tribe. Several of them received second draw PPP loans, and we've been getting word in the last few days that those loans have been forgiven. And so that's good news for the tribe. And I'll just, let me put up a report for you on that on the screen, just so you can see the total amount of loans. There were loans to 6 entities, totaling roughly 3.3 million. So let me see.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Gunn. Steve,
Yep.
Before you go on,
Yes.
I don't know if you can see, I know you have a picture of council there, but do you see Curtis's little small hand waving at you. He has a question or comment for you. Go ahead, Curtis.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Steve. I just had a quick question for you on the second loan payments. Have all our entities gotten in all our information that we did on the first one? Have you gotten those documents back on the second PPP loan?
Yeah, well, the first draw PPP loans were forgiven several months ago, and then the second draw PPP loans have been forgiven. So when I was out last, I worked with each of the businesses, and I got all the documentation I needed, and we submitted all of that to SBA, so those have been forgiven.
Thank you.
Okay, let me see if I can figure this out. Verlin, is it complicated to share on the WebEx?
Should be. Well, what does he want to pull up?
He wants to know what you want to put up.
Oh yeah, it's telling me if I want to share, I have to quit. Well, I'll just read the numbers for you. Dakota Sioux Casino, their second draw loan was $1,999,500. Dakota Connection was $758,905. Dakota Western, $326,777. SWST Fuel Inc., $107,539. Agency Village C-Store, $51,545, and then SWST I-29 Motel, $42,129. So the total was $3,286,395. And we've received written confirmation of forgiveness for all of them except Dakota Connection, but we've been informed that in the system, it's showing that that loan has been forgiven. So we expect that paperwork in the next couple of days. So Verlin, I know I emailed you 2 resolutions. The first one is the COVID-19 Small Business Economic Relief Grant Program. If we could put that up.
Go ahead, Angie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We at Reservation Planning Commission have an issue with this particular resolution, because we had 3 commissioners work on this and volunteered their time for a few meetings. And we were waiting for this draft to come back to RPC for recommendation to Tribal Council, and this is the first that we've seen it. And last night was the first notice that we received that it was going to be presented to Tribal Council. So we would like an opportunity and respectfully ask that Council table this. We do have a meeting on the 13th of next week. So we have the opportunity to review this and to give recommendations to Tribal Council, because it started here.
I'll be honored, RB, if it's okay with council, we can table it until you guys have a chance to read it.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And meet on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Matt Thompson was, he had been in communication with me and clearly indicated that RPC wanted to review it. I didn't realize that they didn't actually get it until yesterday and haven't had a chance to review it, so I'm happy to bring that back after they've had a chance to review it. The second resolution is on the ARPA authorization, the ATG authorization. And Verlin, please, if we could put that one on the screen, that would be great.
Can you ask him when he sent it?
Mr. Gunn, what date did you send it? He wants to go back and check.
Send which one? The ARPA?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
The one that I'm at, just today, to Verlin.
It's in my junk mail.
And I think I copied everyone on the council.
Okay, I don't know if he can see what we're seeing. Can you let him know it's on the screen?
It is on the screen. I don't know if you can see it on your end, Mr. Gunn.
No, I can't, but that's okay, that's great. So this is, it's a resolution authorizing expenditures from the Bureau of Indian Affairs American Rescue Plan Act, aid to tribal government payment. And starting with the third whereas clause, I'll just read, if you'd like, Mr. Chairman, I can read this into the record.
Yes, sir.
The American Rescue Plan ARP Act of 2021 provided $900 million in funding nationally to the Bureau of Indian Affairs to assist Indian tribes as they address the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and its damaging health and economic impacts in Indian country. And whereas the BIA has informed the tribe that the Bureau's ARP funding includes $4,431,258 for aid to tribal government, or ATG, for the Sistan Wahpeton Oyate. And whereas the Office of the Assistant Secretary, Indian Affairs in the Department of the Interior has issued guidance concerning allowable uses of ATG funding provided through the BIA under the ARP Act, and that's called the BIA Frequently Asked Questions for Indian Affairs American Rescue Plan Act funding appropriated directly to Indian Affairs, or BIA FAQs. The BIA FAQs state that the intent of the American Rescue Plan Act is to help with the response to the public health and economic challenges resulting from COVID-19. Expenditures will be governed by the scope of work in each 638 contract, which is to include language allowing for maximum flexibility to the tribes for use and expenditure of funds in response to the public health and economic challenges resulting from COVID-19, BIA FAQ 1. And whereas the BIA FAQs state that Indian tribes may move this funding to any related expenses the tribal government deems necessary for recovery purposes, which is interpreted to be any activity administered by the tribal government that is not specifically called out or prohibited in the legislation. In other words, funds can be used for agriculture, economic development, road maintenance, JOM, etc. if these are the areas needed for recovery. It is recommended that tribes keep clear documentation of what the funds are used for and how it relates to recovery efforts for audit purposes. Further, any new activity must be included in the scope of work under a tribe's 638 contract prior to expenditure. BIA FAQ number 6. And whereas the BIA FAQs include the following questions and answers. Question, are the following allowable equipment purchases or expense costs? Providing a credit at the local store for tribal members to purchase PPE, cleaning supplies, and food? Answer, yes. Arrangements may be made by the tribe with a local store for tribal members to purchase food, PPE, and cleaning supplies under ARP Act Tribal Government Services funding. Tribe should consider establishing a written protocol that outlines the use of funds with consideration given to other sources of ARP Act funding. Utility assistance to individual tribal members? Answer, yes. Providing utility assistance to tribal members may be an appropriate use of ARP Tribal Government Services funds. For audit purposes, tribes should consider establishing a written protocol that outlines the use of funds. Purchase of fuel for tribal member homes, heating fuel assistance? Answer, yes. Providing fuel or heating fuel assistance to tribal members may be an appropriate use of ARP Act Tribal Government Services funds. For audit purposes, tribes should consider establishing a written protocol that outlines the use of funds. Direct support for elders, nutrition, childcare, rent, mortgage. Yes. Direct support for elders, nutrition, childcare, or rent mortgage payments may be an appropriate use of ARP Act Tribal Government Services funds. For audit purposes, tribes should consider establishing a written protocol that outlines the use of funds. And all of that is within BIA FAQ 45. The BIA FAQs provide that all ARP funding obligated to tribes under a PL 93-638 contract or self-governance compact will remain available until expended. The funds themselves under the Appropriation Act are no-year funds, BIA FAQ 2, and that means the funds are there until they are expended, meaning there's no strict deadline for expenditure. And whereas the regional director of the Great Plains Regional Office of the BIA has informed the tribe that for each of the requested programs, the tribe will need to submit a tribal resolution, a scope of work, a budget, and a narrative for each program. The reporting requirements will also require a separate FFR 425 for the ARP funding on a quarterly basis. Monitoring by an awarding official's technology representative will be subject to the annual audit requirement and possibly other ARP data requirements. The tribe should keep any funds received segregated. The point letter of May 20, 2021. And whereas during the COVID-19 public health emergency, the tribe has administered an elderly food assistance program in accordance with written protocols to provide emergency assistance in the form of credits and coupons at local stores for enrolled members of the Sisseton Wahpeton Oyate who are 55 years of age or older, to enable them to purchase food, cleaning supplies, PPE, and other essential household supplies during the COVID-19 public health emergency, and to ensure that such elderly tribal members are able to comply with COVID-related public health measures, guidelines, and orders, including stay-at-home, shelter-in-place, self-quarantine, social distancing, and cleaning and disinfection measures, guidelines, and orders. And whereas the Tribal Council intends to continue to administer the Elderly Food Assistance Program with BIA ARP Act ATG funds, and whereas the Tribal Council also intends to use a portion of its BIA ARP Act ATG payment to fund a COVID-19 fuel assistance program to be administered by SWST Fuel Inc., to provide fuel and heating assistance to tribal members during the cold weather months at subsidized rates. SWST Fuel Inc. is a tribally owned fuel company that provides heating fuel to tribal members and tribal government programs and enterprises. SWST Fuel Inc. has faced significant economic challenges resulting from the COVID-19 public health emergency. The Tribal Council has determined that it is necessary for recovery from the COVID-19 public health emergency to ensure the ongoing vitality of SWST Fuel Inc. since it provides an essential service on the reservation. The tribe has also determined that it is necessary for recovery from the COVID-19 public health emergency to provide certainty and stability in the provision of heating fuel to tribal members and other essential tribal government programs and enterprises, given supply chain interruptions and instability in the fuel industry. And whereas through this resolution, the Tribal Council approves the use of $3,431,258 of the tribe's BIA ARP Act ATG payment for a COVID-19 elderly food assistance program and $1 million for a COVID-19 fuel assistance program to be administered by SWST Fuel Inc. to provide fuel and heating assistance to tribal members during the cold weather months. And the Tribal Council authorizes the Tribal Chairman and Vice Chairman to submit this resolution together with a scope of work, budget, and narrative to the Great Plains Regional Office of the BIA for review and approval. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council of the Sisseton Wahpeton Oyate of the Lake Traverse Reservation approves the use of the $4,431,258 from the American Rescue Plan Act payment the tribe received from the Bureau of Indian Affairs through the Aid to Tribal Government Program for the following expenditures, subject to review and approval by the Great Plains Regional Office of the BIA. And there are two programs. COVID-19 Elderly Food Assistance Program, $3,431,258 for for the Emergency Elderly Food Assistance Program administered by the tribe in accordance with written protocols to provide emergency assistance in the form of credits and coupons at local stores for enrolled members of the tribe who are 55 years of age or older and who have been impacted by the COVID-19 public health emergency, to enable them to purchase food, cleaning supplies, PPE, and other essential household supplies in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency, and to ensure that such elderly tribal members will be able to comply with COVID-19 related public health measures, including stay-at-home, shelter-in-place, self-quarantine, social distancing, and cleaning and disinfection measures, guidelines, and orders. And then COVID-19 Fuel Assistance Program, $1 million to SWST Fuel, Inc. to establish and administer a program in accordance with written protocols to be approved by the tribal executives to provide heating assistance and fuel to tribal members at subsidized rates during the cold weather months. This program will enable tribal members to comply with COVID-19 related public health measures, guidelines, and orders, including stay-at-home, shelter-in-place, and self-quarantine measures, guidelines, and orders. This program will also ensure the ongoing vitality of SWST Fuel, Inc., a tribally owned fuel business that provides an essential service on the reservation and that has faced significant economic challenges resulting from the COVID-19 public health emergency. As noted above, the Tribal Council has determined that it is necessary for recovery from the COVID-19 public health emergency to ensure the ongoing vitality of SWST Fuel, Inc., since it provides an essential service on the reservation. The tribe has also determined that it is necessary for recovery from the COVID-19 public health emergency to provide certainty and stability in the provision of heating fuel to tribal members and other essential tribal programs and enterprises given supply chain interruptions and instability in the fuel industry. And be it further resolved that the Tribal Council authorizes the Tribal Chairman and Vice Chairman to submit this resolution together with the scope of work, budget, and narrative to the Great Plains Regional Office in the BIA for review and approval. And that be it further resolved that upon approval by the Great Plains Regional Office of expenditures totaling at least, and that should be $431,258, the Chairman and Vice Chairman are authorized and directed to finalize and execute the documents necessary, including any modifications or addenda to the tribe's existing ATG contract to reflect the tribe's intended uses of the BIA ARC Act ATG funds. Certification. And I'll send Verlin a corrected version correcting the dollar amount in the final be it further resolved clause. This came out of meetings, our working session with the council, and these were the uses that you directed me to include in the resolution. But I'm happy to answer any questions that people may have.
Any questions or comments from leadership for Mr. Gunn? Yeah. There's no questions or comments for Mr. Gunn. Is there a motion to approve that?
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Kakiza Haska. Second by Miscellaneous.
Question.
Question by Beba.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr., Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, leadership. Anything else, Mr. Gunn?
No, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Gunn, I know we're kind of behind schedule, but Mark Van Norman and Timothy LaPointe is going to be here present with council to give them an update on that, because we just now passed $150,000 for infrastructure to go towards our law enforcement building. But that's up to you if you want to listen to that.
Okay, great.
They should be here about like 1 o'clock.
Okay, great, great.
Thank you, Mr. Gunn.
Thank you very much, council and tribal executives.
Okay, is our legal here for her report? Sorry about that. Since Mr. Gunn is on the agenda, is a motion to approve Steve Gunn's report, and that was moved by Long Hollow.
Second.
Second by Devin. Question by Bakuli.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council and execs. All right, Megan, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Tribal Council, executives. I have a few action items. The first item is Karen Gangel's contract renewal and extension. I'm requesting a motion to extend interim prosecutor's contract from April 15th to October 15th, 2022, with authorization for the chairman to sign that extension agreement.
Any questions or comments for an extension? That was
Second.
moved by Oladenski, second by Lake Travers. Is there a question? Question by Emily Swin.
Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
My district wanted me to vote no.
Tribal Secretary.
No.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council.
Second item, Council, is the medical cannabis code. The legal department is going to need additional time for the Cannabis Commission to be seated and the notice to be advertised. It was to be advertised earlier this month. We did have a meeting and made some changes to that notice and also added an application process or application document form. So that would change. I'm asking for a motion to amend the Medical Cannabis Code to extend the timeframe for advertisement for the Medical Cannabis Commission from March 31st, 2022 to April 30th, 2022 to allow for the advertisement to be published and individuals to be able to apply.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
This is, oh, go ahead.
So moved by Lake Travers.
Second.
Second by Long Hollow. Question by Mission.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Can I just ask you, what was the date you wanted it extended to?
April 30th, 2022.
Okay, yes. I just wanted to.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council.
Tribal Council, we also have the tribal opioid litigation settlement update. That was, there was a settlement and amounts to be allocated to tribes. I'm asking for a motion to approve for the tribe to participate in that tribal opioid settlement by way of the participation agreements for each settlement as outlined in the documents provided to Tribal Council, specifically Exhibit C, the Jansen settlement, and Exhibit D, Distributors Tribal Settlement, with the chairman's authorization to sign those documents. These documents were forwarded to Tribal Council on or around March 4th, 2022.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Madam Secretary, second? By, okay, Bevan. Madam Secretary, she whispered over here to my left. Is there a question? Question by Long Hollow.
Secretary?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council.
Tribal Council, Legal Department also had a directive to review an NDA with Flandreau Santee Sioux Tribe. Comments were provided to Tribal Council. The Legal Department needs direction on how to proceed if we're going to continue negotiations.
As far as I know, from what I got from leadership at the time of the meeting, that you want to continue with negotiations, right? With Flandreau. Is it majority? Yes.
I also had a time at 1 o'clock to bring in individuals from the Pickerel Lake Sewer Association. They are out there right now. I don't know if the Tribal Council wants to meet with them. They just want to discuss what their proposal is for those Pickerel Lake Sewer District. I have that issue. I also have 2 contract issues that I need to discuss with the Tribal Council. That would likely be an executive session if that's what you want.
Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So did anybody contact OEP to see if they can look into that, what these guys are coming in for?
I did contact OEP. I hadn't heard anything back. I did contact them before, a while back, but no one responded to.
And I had a discussion,
for today.
that's why I refer to OEP to work with the legal on that issue.
Okay, I think we need to do our part before we even discuss any matters with these 2 individuals.
Okay.
I think they were making accusations that we need to follow up on, so I would make a recommendation we table this until OEP gets a chance to get up there.
Okay.
That's just me, though. If you guys want to continue to talk to them, I'm okay with that too, but that's just my recommendation.
Go ahead, Emily Swim.
I'm okay with Wong Howell's recommendation.
Okay, tabled.
Okay. I had
Motion to go into executive session.
2 contract.
Because of contracts, we're going to the exec session made by all agencies, second by Emily Swim. Question by Long Hollow.
Yeah. Not today, though.
Yeah.
Yes, next week.
Maybe sooner than that?
Yes.
Yes.
Call me.
Thank you.
Email.
Even can you email yourself?
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
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 Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Okay, back to our legal.
Tribal Council, based on the interview Tribal Council did for legal in-house applicant Reagan Chavez, I'm requesting a motion to approve entry into contract with Reagan Chavez, applicant for in-house legal department, with authorization for the chairman to sign and legal to negotiate the contract.
So move.
So moved by Lake Travis,
Second.
or Long Hollow, second by Veblen. Question by Lake Travis. Sorry about that. It's a long morning without breaks.
Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Megan, floor is yours.
That was the only motion I had.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion approving payment of invoice number 1 to Native Vision Quest pursuant to the contract with the ARP funds as the funding source, pending legal review.
Second.
So moved by Lake Travis, second by Latency.
Question?
Question by Veblen.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, leadership. Anything else, Megan?
No. Thank you.
Motion to approve legal office?
So moved by Long Hollow. Second by Emmy Swim, and question by Bicoli.
Curtis Bissonette, Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Megan.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Megan, you get to stay with Mark Van Norman. He's going to give an update on the law enforcement building, and also too with the $150,000 that council approved yesterday for the infrastructure money going towards law enforcement building too. So I'm glad our Yapaha's online, so Mark can give our membership the heads up and update on that. You want to get it started, Captain Gaikowski, or are you waiting for Mark? Okay. Oh, he's making more copies. Jason. Good afternoon, Mark Van Norman. To our listening audience, so to make sure that we still have a listening audience out there, Mark Van Norman is our lobbyist in DC and our legal also too that helps with our issues in DC, and he helps with our schedules when we go knocking on doors. And it's a tight schedule. We from morning to late evenings we're there meeting with our senators and getting our issues known through the senators, and I appreciate Mark for setting up those meetings. I know you have a long agenda and lots of times that you're out there working on behalf of the system out there in Oyate. So whenever you get a chance, make sure your mic is on for your update. The floor is yours. Make sure your mic's on.
We have Tim LaPointe who's going to join us. He was actually going to come here in person to work with us on this issue, but with the weather, he's joining us by phone. So let me give this to Berlin and see if we can get Tim on the line. Is that possible? Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman. As you know, it's a little bit of wintry weather out there, but it seems to be still okay.
Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please consult your directory and call again, or ask your operator for assistance. This is a recording.
You got 715-209-0731? Okay. Well, he'll join us here in a second. As you know, Mr. Chairman, we've been working on the Community Justice and Rehabilitation Center for several years.
Yes.
And, our situation was complicated.
The number you dialed is not a working number. Please check.
Do you have to dial 1 in front of it? Yeah. I got 715-209-0731. I could give you another. He's got an alternate number. 605-226. Anyway, the situation was very much complicated by the BIA OJS CAS team coming out and closing our facility just as we were working to get it replaced. And we had to work very hard to get the public safety and justice construction.
Good afternoon, Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Hi, this is Assistant Wapitan Oyate Tribal Council calling for Director LaPointe, and he's expecting our call.
Okay, one moment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyway, we managed to get the whole program restarted and to get the initial funding of $4.875 million. We got an additional $300,000 for planning, and then as we were going through the planning process in 2020 and trending into 2021, we found out that it was going to cost an additional $6 million to build the facility, and our Senate delegation and our House delegation worked to get that additional funding for us, and then they repeated the instruction this year to finish up the current adult detention center projects before moving on. So we got an additional $1.5 million this year because the cost of construction with COVID. So now we're into a situation where the chairman has signed off on the design construction contract for the initial 25-bed adult detention facility.
Mr. LaPointe, is that you?
Hi, good afternoon. This is Tim.
Hey, Mr. LaPointe, this is Chairman Hopkins from Siston. We got you in council chambers. We got our legal counsel with Mark Van Norman and Megan LaFramboise, and also Captain Gaikowski with some tribal membership here in attendance. Appreciate your time and thank you for getting online with us.
Sure, anytime. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks, Tim. So, based on this language about ensuring that we finish the construction, we just got an additional $1.5 million. So we've got $12.5 million to build that facility, and a design construction contract is signed. So we should be moving forward, through the technical design into the construction in this construction season.
Go ahead, Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Van Norman, so I'm on those calls weekly with the BIA.
Yeah.
And so with everything going good, fingers crossed that there's no other hiccups in that, when do you expect us to be in the ground? Is it still May? Is it what we're shooting for?
We're shooting for May, so you know how that is, May, June, yeah.
Okay.
That's what we're looking at.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the BIA has signed off on everything they need to on their side, and we have our contractor that should be working on the design right now. So, as we were working on these issues last summer, we had the congressional delegation staff come out and visit us, and we did a walkthrough through the tribal police station, and it was clear that there's mold throughout that building. And so following on that, then the Bureau sent their regional safety officer and confirmed that there was mold throughout the building and that there were other hazards. So the police have been, required for health reasons to move over to the COVID housing building temporarily. As part of our meetings that we had last week, we met with our delegation, all of our senators' offices and House offices, and we met with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and they brought their, high-level budget management people, and so they said that they have an indefinite appropriation, which means that they have enough money to cover the projects that they approve. And so they said they want to work with us under the Section 105L lease process. And I'll stay in coordination with you and with Megan and the planning department and Gary, and we'll work through this process. And the first thing that we can do is put in a request for reimbursement for the COVID housing as a temporary home for the police. And then the second thing is Director LaPointe just approved $150,000 for a planning grant that we can use to plan the police station.
Just a heads up, Mr. Van Norman, Council, we did put that into a resolution form, and that should be ready to go back to Mr. LaPointe for the money.
Okay. And Tim, that's aid to tribal government, so the council has authority to use that for planning for our essential public safety purpose. Is that right?
It should be in the contract already. If not, we can do a mod to make sure it's covered.
Okay.
Mr. LaPointe, Curtis has a question or comment for you.
So I know we did, Gary, I guess this is directed at you mainly. I know we talked about the demolition of that old police station too. So do you know where that's at? Or if we have any, I know we were going to approach the BIA to see if they can pay for the demo of that building so we can level that off. Do you know where that's at?
I do not know where that's at. That was more of a facilities question.
Yes. Do we have an estimated cost on what that would be?
Why don't we get you an estimate, Tim, and then we'll put that in resolution form and ask you to work with facilities and come up with a plan for the demolition of that, because given its location, it's a significant part of tribal infrastructure that we'll need to build out again. Does that work for you to do it like that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That'll work. Thank you.
Okay. And there's a division of functions between the management and the facilities and Office of Justice Services, and everybody's divided up into their own office. So we have to work it through with all of them. And Tim LaPointe has been very helpful from our region in trying to help us work through, the Washington situation. So for the police station, if we can get right into the planning, we'll run it by the facilities people and the OJS people at the Bureau, but it's not going to be the same process that we've done with the grant. This is going to be a tribal government process, and we're going to finance the construction cost and recover that through the Section 105L lease. And that can pay for principal and interest and operations and maintenance.
Mark, in a nutshell, can you kind of give the membership that are listening out there that 105 at least?
Yeah. Under the Indian Self-Determination Act, there's different contracts, and under Section 1, that's your general service contract, and then under Section 105L, they've recognized that tribes can get reimbursed for the use of their facilities as part of a 638 contract. So you have to have an existing contract for that service, and that's your 638 contract for your police department. And then when you have a police department, obviously they need headquarters to run the police station, to run their operations. So that's where the 105L reimbursement can come in. And it's been clear to us, just from having been in the police station, that mold makes it unsuitable for any further occupation. And the Bureau came and confirmed that with their health and safety officer's inspection. So under 105L, we can ask for reimbursement for our temporary headquarters at the COVID housing. And then as we transition, we need to plan and build. And when our facility is ready for occupancy, then we can enter into the 105L contract with the Bureau to pay for the police station, and they'll pay for the principal and interest over an amortization period, and for the office operations and maintenance costs. And then we'll have to address separately the police 638 contract and see how we can move that forward. At the same time, the 25-bed facility is being constructed under the grant award for their public safety and justice construction program. So we'll try and see if we can't catch up with the police station to try and build that, as we go along with the construction of the detention facility. Now, as we go along with the construction of the detention facility this year, we're going to have to talk to them about detention staffing. And obviously, with a new facility, we're going to have to upgrade our detention staffing. And that should be part of what we cover with OJS. While we were out there, we also made a request that they help us with infrastructure, including the water system for the detention facility, and also if they could help us with 3 or 4 houses for the detention facility staff so that they can live in proximity to the facility in case there's a need for assistance. So we got a different kind of reception this time, and it was clear that the congressional delegation had been in touch with the agency to let them know that they wanted this priority. And we did meet with the top level people on the 105L, and Judith Wilson, the director of the facility, sent us the documents that I handed out to you. So we've got a model resolution that we've got to put together, and we'll put it together for your next meeting for the COVID housing, so we can get immediate reimbursement on that. And it's got a list of things, we need background on, the title status report that we own the building, and, some of those things. And we can either do a fair market value assessment and have a realtor come over and say, here's what this type of government building would cost in the area, and use that, or we can go through the actual costs of the building and provide that back to them, for reimbursement while it's used for that purpose. Well, we can figure out which is more. It's our choice what we put forward. So that's some of what they've done here, and you see that Judith Wilson followed up with us the same day as our meeting and provided that letter. So they're on it, and it was kind of a new day, and they're wanting to cooperate with us and try and help move forward with the police station. It's probably worthwhile for us to move forward a separate track, a separate component to do the detention annex of the additional 20 beds, because we have to argue with them a little bit over the space and that kind of thing, and maybe a cooperative agreement back with them to utilize the space if we're not fully occupied, so that they know that the facility is going to be fully used. And we were planning to do that anyway. So I think that's all workable for us, but to get the police station going as quickly as possible, we got the $150,000 from the region from last year's money for planning for the police. So I think we should employ that right away with the planning department through an RFP, get our space laid out, get everything going, get it built this year if possible, in conjunction with the 25-bed facility. And then we'll be ready as soon as we get our certificate of occupancy to lease it back. So basically, we're going to need a construction loan that will trend into a mortgage. And then that'll be repaid through this 105L process. So that was good progress from our meeting. We also talked about the inpatient alcohol and substance abuse treatment center. We met with Senator Thune and Senator Rounds and the staff for Senator Kramer and Senator Hoeven, and Dusty Johnson took us on a whole tour of the United States Capitol to explain how legislation is passed. So now I understand that cartoon that they used to have. No, I'm kidding. He gave a great background.
We lost Dallas into that school group.
Dallas was lost in the school group, but he went over and had a private meeting with Senator Thune. So he knew how legislation was passed. So it worked out good. And we've got a lot of support from the House and Senate delegations in North and South Dakota, and they want to help us. I did talk to Senator Thune's folks, and they did say, if we're doing the admin process with the 105L, it helps if we're going to concentrate, on the appropriations process this year with the inpatient alcohol and drug treatment center, and they're wanting to help us. We ran into this issue that in the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act, the authorizing statute, it says fully construct a 1993 list of facilities before you move on. And unfortunately, there's $4 billion left on that, and they appropriated about $275 million for FY22, and the president increased that to $389 billion. But without that Build Back Better bill that was going to take care of that backlog, there's going to be a backlog there for some time. So we're going to have to look and see whether we can fit as a model demonstration project, or whether we can get them a direction to use 105L, or whether we can use joint venturing. We're going to have to use all of our options. But it's incumbent upon us to put forward our feasibility study. Right now, the House folks are needing that initial, appropriations request for just on Friday. So maybe we need a motion from the council to say that we want to make the request to fund the inpatient alcohol and drug treatment center in this year's appropriations, and we'll come back around with a complete resolution on that.
Sure.
But just if we have a motion so we can do the paperwork for Friday.
Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the things that we had talked about, one of the things that came up at my district was that I know that the feasibility study said 24 beds. And I think, I don't know how they came to that number. I was never able to get an answer as to how they came to that number, but I think that's inadequate. And I think if we're going to take out a loan and we're going to try to get this funded, that we need to do it right from day one. And so I would like to see how we can get that increase to a minimum of 48 beds, because I think that we have that need. And if you look at all the data that's in that report, to me that demonstrates a need of a minimum of 48 beds. And that doesn't have to be just adult, that could be youth. Some of those could be youth, some of those could be for pregnant women. But I think that when we had those, I think we had one meeting with them, that was the question, and I guess I don't know who has the answer to that. But if we're going to move forward with this, I would like it to be, I'll go ahead and make that motion, but I want the bed number to be 48, because I think that's what we discussed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll make that
Motion on the floor, moved by Lake Traverse.
Second.
Second by Oladency. Question by Eastman.
Yes.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, leadership. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, maybe we should have a motion to pursue the funding of the police station under the 105L lease process, and then we'll know that we're doing that. We'll come back and we'll do a complete resolution for your next session and a temporary lease request for the COVID housing. The lease date can start on the date that you make the request for the lease. So I think if we go ahead and make a request and put together a request for the lease, then we'll fill in, all the background paperwork that needs to happen. But at least we'll be getting a start date maybe, next week.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Dion.
Second.
Second by Curtis.
Question?
Question by Bevan.
No, the tribal police station, and we're going to seek a temporary lease to pay for the COVID housing that's currently in use, and a longer-term lease as we complete the construction of the tribal police station and go through that process. So we're going to be able to do it much faster because we're going to do it ourselves. But we are going to take the plans over and meet with them and make sure that it's meeting their criteria so that we can lease it to them and they'll accept the lease. And they have somebody to help us on that. The lease will be I'll bring the resolution and the lease to your next meeting. Yeah, and the reimbursement for the temporary housing of the police station at the COVID housing unit, so that we can, we'll put in a letter to start the process so that we've got an early start date.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Travel Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, Council Execs. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay,
Oh,
and
just 1 second, Mark. Lisa. Just remind Lisa that we got to listen to the audience, so this you got to turn your mic on.
So regarding the 25-bed facility, from what I can remember and understood, and maybe you can help me with that, that came from the numbers that they received through our judicial system. And they compiled those, and we were supposed to meet and go over those because we didn't agree with it either. That we should have a larger facility, but they were taking those numbers, so we need to probably backtrack on that and see.
we're still looking for a 20-bed annex.
Okay.
That'll have 20 more beds, but we want to prioritize the police station because more or less we've got agreement with the Bureau that we need to immediately replace the police station because the current facility is unsuitable due to the infiltration of mold.
So are they still holding us to that 25 bed and not giving us any more? Because the last thing I understood is if we did go above the 25, we would have to pay for that on our own. If I'm remembering that correctly, Gary. So that is some of the questions you may want to be asking.
Yeah.
If we're gonna shoot for more than 25.
So what we talked to them about at the meeting was that we do still want to pursue the 20-bed annex that's going to have additional, but we want to get going on the police station, so to the extent possible it can coincide with the construction of the 25-bed facility. We'll keep working on the 20-bed annex, and if we need to, we talk to them about doing some kind of an agreement where if we have available beds, that we could work out some kind of space sharing with them.
Okay, and then they'd help pick up that maintenance
Right,
cost and overhead?
right.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll work to get that annex to be recognized as component of the overall justice system.
Okay.
So that may come back to us through 105L lease process as well, but we want to expedite the police station because Gary needs a police station for his officers right away, and including those justice programs that you house there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks, Lisa. Going back to Dion, she had a hand raised, and Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so when we had the meeting with Judy Wilson, Jason Miller,
Freehage, yeah.
and Jason Freehage,
Yeah.
what they stated was that, because we proposed the additional 20 beds to them, and they were in agreement with that through the 105L. It is a process, and there's an application and everything that goes along with that, but we won't proceed with that without the guarantee of that 105L lease. That was my understanding. And then with the police station, at this point, is the priority because then that will be built at the same time as the 25 bed that we're already funded for.
Thank you, Dion.
Yeah.
Bill, make sure your mic is on. Your mic is going to turn green once you hit the right. There you go, Bill.
Okay, thank you again. As a community member, very concerned about the jail. It's been many years since it's been in the planning. It's frustrating. It's frustrating for our tribal members who are incarcerated. The BIA needs, in my opinion, needs to take more serious in helping us and are going through all these steps with them. These Indian Self-Determination Act and Education Act, the Public Health Service Act, and the Transfer Act allows tribes to lease buildings, and it allows the federal government to lease buildings for the tribes. So if you're looking at the cost of leasing buildings to temporarily house the police program until that jail gets built, look at those public health service acts that I just mentioned, because that does give tribes the authority for the federal government to lease from the tribes, and we have buildings to house them. So look into that, and that's very important and key for the tribes concerning this process.
Thank you, Mr. LaRock. Good, Mark.
Okay, and that's what we're talking about, the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act. This section 105L of that act. And maybe we could ask, Regional Director LaPointe if he can provide us, his outlook on, how he can help us to expedite our current situation and what the outlook is.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get caught up to speed on whether there's still an opportunity to increase the size of the facility. I know that we had brought that up before in the past. My understanding was there was going to be some more discussion about that. So I'll have to come up to speed with OJS on that part of it, that aspect. In the meantime, I do have on the 105L lease, I do have that process. I can provide that to you if you haven't already received that, Mark. I've got a PowerPoint, some other information I can send to you. But I will find out where we're at on the facility. And I know that the police station, I know that's been a big issue. I went out there, I toured that myself and saw that firsthand how bad that situation is there. We want to help on that any way we can. So we'll pull the blueprint. I know you'd asked for that. We'll get that to you if we have that. And in the meantime, I'm certainly willing to help in any way possible on either one of those two items.
Well, Tim, in the past we felt like the OJS director was not favorable to understanding the law enforcement needs up here at Siston Wapton. And we're happy that, there's a change in direction, and we got a better response, from this meeting that we just had last week with the new people. But we always count on you to know the situation on the ground and help communicate that. So we appreciate that leadership from you. What we got back from facilities was that it would be good to proceed expeditiously with the police station, and everyone agreed that the police station was in need of replacement. And then that we need to work with them and make sure that on the scoping of the additional 20-bed facility that we're all on the same page. So we're aware of that, but OJS had a different outlook at this meeting, and they were willing to engage with us on that. But we don't want to slow down the police station by putting the 20-bed annex in the same lease. So it's going to be a hybrid facility. Will be the direct funded initial 25-bed adult detention facility, which automatically puts us into their O&M system. And we'll be moving forward with the police station, and we already have the contract there in place for the 638 contract. Clearly, they need a facility to operate, and OJS is recognizing that need. So we want to move forward expeditiously with that. In the meantime, we'll be engaged with them about the size and scoping of the further adult detention annex. We also were in touch with IHS, and we had a call with IHS leadership, and we're needed to work this year to maybe get some legislative direction to them to work with us on the inpatient alcohol and substance abuse treatment center, because they still have empty pockets at the IHS. And maybe when they get their new person, their new director over there, Rosalind So, and she's coming in from the Navajo Nation. Maybe she can be more helpful and more definitive. We did ask the congressional delegations to make sure that, Director nominee So meets with us prior to her confirmation so we can express, the level of our needs and the difficult situation we are in with drug addiction and overdoses. Our senators are going to help us with that. The region wants to be helpful. They did express that it was very important to have the feasibility study. I think our feasibility study people were concerned that we weren't going to have enough operating costs. So they brought the facility to us as a smaller facility. But I think we should tell them that we feel that through Medicaid and third-party billing and et cetera, that we are going to have those operating costs for the inpatient treatment center, and that we should scale up the size of it, because if we're going to go through all this trouble to get, congressional recognition of our center, then we want it to be large enough to serve the community needs. So I think we can go back around, Myrna, and I'll talk to you about that separate.
Anything else, Mark?
No, I wanted to come out right away because, after our meetings last week, it's time to move, and it's time to move for appropriations requests for this year. And we want to do everything we can to help Gary get the station that he needs. And we should also take a look at whether the Bureau can scale up their funding for our 638 police contract. We also need to do our adult detention contract at the same time, because we need to plan, for the increased staffing for the new facility now as it's being built, rather than, the day the doors are supposed to open. So that'll be part of what we're doing.
We appreciate your service, Mark, and also too with Captain Gaikowski, BIA, Mr. LaPointe, on your end for stepping up and helping us move forward too, and all the rest of the leadership in the past, and also to the new leadership right now that's picking up that baton and moving this forward so that we can see this project completed for our members. So thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Council. I appreciate the time. And it was a great visit, and thank you all for putting in the effort. And we should, Mr. Chairman, we should look at the calendar and pick out our follow-up visit.
Sure, we can do that right after this.
Okay.
Because as you know, the visit with Nome has kind of postponed and moved to May, I think. But we'll get in touch with you then, because our schedule's conflicted with Louis and myself.
Oh,
on the
yeah,
20th.
I understood that. So we'll look for that in May. That'll be good. We'll have to ask the governor, please don't turn back that money, just send it our way.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council.
All right, leadership, I got us 10 minutes past our agenda, so is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved by Lake Chat or Long Hollow. Second by Old Agency. Members of council, we are adjourned at 2:12, 12 minutes past our agenda.